Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the castle here at CCBC Essex. Aaron Thomas in the broadcast booth, bringing you the home opener for Knights baseball. The Knights taking on the Spartans. First pitch from Joey Galloway, just moments away. It'll be a doubleheader for this Knights team. Couple weeks behind on the home opener for this night squad. Joey starts him right where he wants. Strike one. A little high on the second. Massini, the designated hitter, leading off here for the Spartans. Spartans coming off their first 2 games of the year. And an early hole for Joey Galloway as he falls behind 2-1. That one inside. 3-1 now. Joey started him off with a strike. Now 3 straight balls. Trying to avoid the walk here. And Joey just missed that. Five-pitch walk for Joey Galloway. And now he'll do some work from the stretch. And Korski, the number 2 hitter for the Spartans, chance to hit with a man on. Joey Galloway, sophomore, returning from last year's squad. Appearances so far 2 this year. As we got some contact, hard hit into right center, easily tracked for out number 1. Solid contact off the bat, hung up in the air just a little bit too long. Easy play for the right fielder. So now Joey working from the stretch still with that runner at first. Now working with 1 out, trying to induce a double play, get out of the inning. A double header in game 1. You'd love for your starter go as long as they can, limit the amount of pitches. Deja vu, this one longer and further, and it'll put some runs on the board as Norton takes Joey Galloway deep to right center for the first 2 runs of the game. It's a 2-run home run for number 22 of the Spartans, and an early lead for the visitors. So that takes the double play out of everybody's mind. Joey Galloway back to pitching from the windup, and he'll try and put that behind him as he's now got Chetney stepping into the right-handed batter's box. Back-to-back batters here for the Spartans, been able to elevate a ball, take it for a ride, make it 3 in a row. That one's trailing foul. Not the same kind of contact there, though. But really, that home run ball from Norton, very similar to the shot from Korski. When Korski hit his into right center, I said it hung up in the air just a little bit too long, gave the right fielder a chance to chase underneath of it. Norton's hung up there and all the way over the fence. Galloway's got 2 strikes on him. And you see the frustration. Not where he wants to be, but certainly you pitch with some emotion. Come back, get this game right back where you need to. Good piece of hitting down the third baseline for a single. The last 2 batters have reached for the Spartans. Here's a number 5 hitter, Ooh. Lays off the low pitch. Galloway looks like he's struggling locating the breaking ball. Or inducing the chase, at least. Regardless, 2-0 start now here. Double play back on the minds of everybody wearing a white jersey right now. Get out of this inning. Starts at the mound. Good piece of catching there. Back pick. And just missed their opportunity. That's heads up base running. If he hesitates just for a moment there on that throw back to first, he's out at second. They still had a chance. Perfect throw maybe gets him. Solid base running as Chetney takes second. That'll take that double play ball out of play a little bit. Or not, as Ooh draws the walk. And now Hoffsire is coming out, and so is the umpire. So runners at first and second for the number 6 hitter. Already an early hole here for the Knights, down 2. Staring at a situation that could get much worse. 1 pitch away, though. 1 solid defensive play away. Contact, foul down the third baseline. That's what Galloway wants. Keep it in the infield. Two walks. 2 deep shots to right center. And then the solid shot down the third base line. Everything's been hard contact so far for Galloway, or walks. That's my point in all that. Strikeouts and minimal contact is what every pitcher is looking for. Weak contact, I should say. Galloway's worked himself into a hole. Now I believe it's worked full. Spartans coming off 2 games at CCBC Catonsville. Now coming into the to the Castle. Looking to play spoiler on the home opener for the Knights, and now he works it full. That was a good eye. I certainly would have swung at that. Offheiser. Payoff pitch. This one driven deep to left. He's got space, makes the catch, and everybody will stay where they were originally on the bases. Not sure if he caught that in foul ground or real close to foul ground. Regardless, Joey Galloway, sigh of relief. Now just 1 out away from getting out of this tough inning with just a little bit of hurt still. Here's Gloms for the Spartans. Big leads for everybody on the bases right now. And a good pitch for Galloway. Starts him on the outside. Misses a little high there. Moves it to 1-1. Obviously not an ideal start to this game here for the Knights, giving up those early 2 runs, but for your coaching staff, you can get out of here with just a little bit of hurt as Galloway gets the big swing and miss there. You'll love the resilience from your starting pitcher. Come back, put those runs behind him, get out of a jam. Let's see what he does moving forward here. And he gets him looking, strike 3. Joey Galloway fired up as he should be. Big strikeout there to get out of the inning. Knights have an opportunity to answer when we come back. And here are the Knights getting ready to start things in the bottom of the first. Doing the pitching here for the Spartans is Ashby. And leading things off for the Knights is left fielder Vincent Martinez. Knights looking to answer a 2-run top of the first with at least some action here in the bottom. And I believe that either hit the bat or maybe the umpire is saying that Vincent Martinez started to swing, so you don't get the base. Regardless, we're staying right here. Martinez swinging at that one, fouls it off. Wasker Vincent Martinez, sophomore, 9 at-bats so far, 4 hits, and 3 RBIs on the season. Lays off that one. Solid pitch there. A lot of hitters would have chased at that one. VM, a different kind of hitter. Takes one down the third base line. Solid contact. Really good play defensively. Hit that one right down the third base line in a easy stop and throw. Here's Robinson. Robinson, first pitch swinging down the right field line, and it is fair. Going into second hard, standing up. And that's the way to answer. Robinson, the second baseman for the Knights, puts himself at second base with a 1-out double. Center fielder Canella steps into the batter's box. Sammy Canella. First Knights player to get a chance to hit with a runner in scoring position. They're focused on that runner at second. And he comes to the plate with a solid pitch there. And Canella goes down. And just like that, the opportunity just got that much tougher. Really on both sides. Knights now hitting with 2 outs. And Ashby hitting against a man who's coming into today's game hitting over 400. LT Jimenez. Sophomore for the Knights. A lot of special moments last year as a freshman. Walk-off home run being one of them. We're not in a walk-off situation, but he could tie it up with one swing of the bat. LT getting a chance to play shortstop this year, and he hits it over to the shortstop. Can he beat it out? He cannot. Little dribbler over to the shortstop and a missed opportunity as the Knights go 0 for 2 with a runner in scoring position. And the Spartans will start the second with a 2-run lead. And we are back here with the start of the second inning. The number 9 hitter for the Spartans starting us off, Caleb Deli. And he comes out swinging from his shoes. Big cut. Do it all over again. Start 0-1 here for Galloway. Still struggling to locate that breaking ball. Understandably, cold out there. Any pitcher at any level will tell you those are some of the toughest days to get a real strong grip on the ball. And particularly when you're trying to spin it like you are on a breaking pitch like that. Galloway 1-2. This one hard hit right in front of the right fielder. Wasker was in great position, just needed it to hang for an extra half a second, and maybe he could have put a dive on it, but it's a good piece of hitting there. 1-2, go with the pitch. Get yourself on base. Now the leadoff man steps in. Phil Massini drew a walk, came around and scored on a 2-run home run. Squares the bunt here, pushes it to the third base side, and it goes foul. Squares bunt again, but this time pulls back. Fouls that one off. And Galloway working from a dominant position again. Strikeout, a double play, I'm sure, is what is on his mind. Wants to keep this ball in the infield. Umpire calls for time. Doesn't get the strikeout. Came in inside. A little too close to the hand, says the umpire. Despite the best efforts of the catcher, good frame job there. Pick back, just missed. Good dive. Conscious of the runner at first. Wants to get this guy out at the plate. One pitch away. Contact to right. Wasker's there. And that's fair. Long throw. And runners at second and third. So a single and a double for the 8-9 hitters in the lineup for the Spartans. Brings runners at second and third for the leadoff man, Phil Massini. had my scorecard a little mixed up when we started this thing as he sends it down the line and left. Wasker, perfect spot. Runner does tag up at third and score the game's third run. So it'll be an RBI sacrifice fly for Phil Massini and the first out of the inning. Good adjustment defensively called out by the center fielder, Sammy Cannella. I think he was talking to his left and right fielders, wanted to see him switch up positions maybe, or not switch up positions, but switch up alignment. That one, again, kind of same spot as the last one. Wasker, perfect position for out number one. So Roy Globs started off with a single, came around and scored. And Caleb Deli is still at second base for the Spartans. Tyler Korski flew out in his first at-bat. Was the first one to make that solid contact into right center. This one right back up the middle. Second baseman's there. Quick throw. Runs it right back to the pitcher. Heads up play from J.D. Robinson. Looked like for a second maybe Galloway had a chance at it. It poked through. J.D. was right there to pick up where he left off. So it does move the runner over to third. For a man swinging a big stick right now, Michael Norton. 2-run home run in the first. What does he have here in the second? First pitch swinging. Bailed out a little bit there as he pokes that one off the end of the bat, foul down the third baseline. That was the weak contact that Galloway was searching for. Trying to get out of this inning with just a little hurt. Giving up that one run already. Norton again a big swing and maybe the best pitch we've seen so far from Galloway. I couldn't see exactly where that ended up in the catcher's glove because the second umpire is standing right where the catcher is sitting. Certainly looked like he made him look silly on the swing. One pitch, and we'll do it again one more time as Michael Norton with a solid piece of hitting there. Getting a piece. Let's do it again one more time. Knights will have 5, 6, 7 up in the bottom of the second, and they're hoping that is just moments away as Galloway comes to the plate with one more. Swing popped up, and LT Jimenez takes it. And Joey Galloway does pitch around the leadoff single and double. Gets the next three guys to induce makeouts and gets out of the inning with just a little hurt. Can the Knights answer in the bottom of the inning and put at least one on the board, start the comeback trail? Kai Higginson, the leadoff batter for the Knights in this inning. Came out swinging on the first pitch. Avoids getting hit by the second. What does he see on the third? Big cut once again from Kai. The Knights, did get a runner in scoring position in the first. Couldn't come around and capitalize on it as they went 0 for 2 with a runner in scoring position in the first after a one-out double from J.D. Robinson. Kai works it full. And after getting himself into a 1-2 jam, Kai Higginson works himself a leadoff walk. And here comes Tucker Freer. And Kai has to get back quickly, and does. Sends that one for a ride over by the bleachers. And Higginson was running on contact there, but he'll have to run back to first as that one goes foul. Good at bat as he's able to foul off a couple of tough ones, keep himself alive. Tucker Freer, right fielder, trying to start this rally here. Well, I guess it's too early to call it a rally. Just trying to put some runs on the board as he sends one deep into left field and foul. Good contact, though. Once again, keeping this at-bat alive. Outfielders make a slight adjustment based on what they just saw. And he sends it right up into a tough spot in right field where the right fielder calls off everybody and keeps Higginson right where he is. So after that long shot to left, he has a little blooper over into right. Justin Cook, the third baseman, steps in for his first cuts. Higginson has to dive in again. Kai's going. The throw. He's out. Solid throw from the catcher because Kai Higginson did have a good jump. Ball beat the runner, though. And just like that, there is 2 outs and nobody on base now here for the Knights. Spartans rolling on both sides now, flashing the defense. Man, what a throw from the catcher for the Spartans. Flowers for him in one moment as we see the pitch. Solid, by the way, as well. Perry Chetney, the one with the throw for the Spartans. And he just missed that one. Second baseman certainly thought that was strike three. Not going to blame him. I thought it was as well. Justin Cook will see one more. He'll see another. Defensive swing there, up, around the knuckles. Cook fouled that one off the plate, and that may be his leg. Good piece of hitting here. His at bat changed through no fault of his own by that caught stealing by Kai Higgins. Trying to start a 2-out rally. That'll go a long way, laying off a pitch like that. Take that high one for a ride. Understand the situation, though. Soft hit over to third base. And that is out number 3. Probably got that off the skinny part of the bat, the way it sounded. Tough break as a walk to start things ends up going sour. And the Knights, still no runs on the board. Spartans looking to put some more runs on the board. They've scored in the first 2. Can they make it 3 in a row? And we are back here with the top of the third as you saw the leadoff man, Perry Chetney, ground out back to the pitcher. And that is the way that Joey Galloway and this Knights team wanted to start this third, giving up runs in the first 2 innings, trying to reverse that trend here in the third, maybe build some momentum for themselves as the third baseman, Luke Ooh, steps into the batter's box. Drew a walk in his first at-bat. He sends one deep into left and gone. So Luke Ooh cannot be kept off the bases. That is the second home run of the game for the Spartans. First one to deep right center from Michael Norton. This one to deep left field. And here is Alex Gooden. Alex Gooden playing second base for the Spartans, and he was a player I actually missed in the first inning. I had a little mishap with my scorecard. He had the fly out for out number 2 in inning number 1, getting his second chance in the batter's box now. Man, what a turnaround this game can be sometimes. Joey Galloway gets the soft contact for the ground out number 1, starting off right where you wanted to in this inning, and then blink and you missed it, a deep shot. Now you just got to center yourself once again and do it all over again. The tough life of a pitcher sometimes. Reminder for the fans at home, this is game 1 of a doubleheader, so these two teams scheduled to just play 7 innings in regulation. So Knight's not running out of time yet, but getting close to it. Good pitch there from Galloway. A pop on the glove and some movement on that one. Alex Gooden looking to avoid being the second out of this inning. Good frame job. Just missed that pitch. See the frustration from Galloway afterwards. And that is a walk. That brings Brandon Hofsizer to the plate. Brandon, the 1 strikeout victim so far today. More concerned with right now avoiding the double play. Knights would love to just get that weak contact, get out of this inning with a double play ball. Again, just limit the hurt to just 1 inning as we now see some warm-up action in the bullpen for the Knights. Galloway gets some swinging there, 1-1. Obviously, the hard contact an issue for Galloway today, not inducing a lot of weak contact, but beyond that, the Spartans have done a really good job of laying off balls in the outside of the strike zone. They just have not been really chasing anything this afternoon. They've made Galloway come into the strike zone, and when he has, they haven't missed. Only 1 strikeout so far in this game for Galloway. He can get number 2 right here, though. He won't there. But he's got another chance. Runner still at first. No movement yet, but that may change here. 1 out. Runner at first. Big pitch. He's running. Strikeout. No throw out, but a nice athletic play from J.D. Davis. Make sure it stays in the infield. So Galloway gets his second strikeout. Now he has to work with a runner in scoring position. Roy Gloms playing shortstop here for the Spartans. Had a single in his first at-bat, came around and scored. Roy Gloms, the number 8 hitter, getting a chance to hit with a runner in scoring position. Add a little bit more damage onto the board for this Spartans team. Got 4 runs so far, a run an inning. And 1. Big cut. Throw back to second. Nobody's there. And I'll take third base. Says Alex Gooden, and that was a what could have been moment. If somebody was covering second, maybe they could have got him, but also there's 2 outs in the inning. Why are you focused on the runner at second if you're the catcher? Jacob Bogdan. Coachable moment. Life's full of them. Or maybe that was the play from the bullpen or from the sideline. Who knows? All we do know is that runner's now at third. Became that much more important for Joey Galloway to get this guy at the plate. Have a hard time believing that that was the call, though, because Galloway was clearly frustrated by the throw or the outcome of the throw. Regardless, here it is, and he's out. Outwardly frustrated by that one, too, I'm sure, as he hits him in the arm meet. Roy Gloms on the base paths once again. Hit by pitch. First to the game, Caleb Deli steps in. He had a double in his first at-bat, hitting with a man at first and third, and this just got that much more interesting. Contact. It's up and out towards the trees. 1-1. Just missed that one on the outside. Good pitch. Better piece of hitting to lay off. Frame job was solid too, by the way. Throw back to first, and the dive is in time. Right back to LT Jimenez, who makes the throw over to first. So Joey Galloway And the Knights defense make it a little bit more difficult for themselves, but they do get out of that inning with just a little bit of hurt. The solo home run from third baseman Luke O, the second home run of the game for the Spartans, puts them up 4-0. Eight, nine, and then the leadoff hitter for the Knights due up here in the third. Jacob Bogdan, Carlos Torres, and then the leadoff man, Huáscar Vincent Martinez. Is there a little magic in the bottom of the lineup getting their first chance to bat here in the game? And what a difference in the two sides as the Knights are just about to turn the lineup over, and the Spartans on the other side are getting ready to turn the lineup over for the second time today. Tough day offensively so far for the Knights as Jacob Bogdan flies out in foul territory. Here's the DH, Carlos Torres. Torres lays off the high cheese. Or did he go around? I'm not sure. That'll be a mystery between you and I, honestly. Love the view that we get from back here, this new shed at CCBC Essex, the broadcast shed at the baseball field. But one thing is, it is a little difficult to see exactly what the balls and strike calls are. And I'm going to go with he called that originally a strike because that is the second strikeout of the game for Ashby, the starting pitcher for the Spartans. He got Sammy Cannella to strike out for out number 2 in the first, and he gets Carlos Torres to strike out for out number 2 in the third. Huáscar Vincent Martinez trying to start a 2-out rally here. It incidentally, or accidentally, I should say, ended up being a 1-2-3 inning in the second, even though Kai Higginson started the inning off with a walk. He ended up getting caught at second base on a steal attempt. Knights trying to avoid back-to-back 1-2-3 innings. That won't help. Fouls the first one off on a real swing. Fouls the second one off on a half swing. It's a hole for the leadoff man. 2 outs, 0-2 is the count. Let's move it to 1-2 as he avoids chasing that one. It's not really that cold of an afternoon here on this Sunday, but there is no sunlight whatsoever and a light breeze. And that, combined with the The lack of offense here for the Knights is making this a miserable start to this doubleheader for the team in the white jerseys. Wasker, Vincent Martinez flies out to center for out number 3 in the third. The Spartans will look to make it 4 innings in a row with some runs on the board. Can the Knights reverse that trend? Top of the lineup due up for the Spartans when we come back. Top of the lineup here, starting things off in the fourth for the Spartans. Phil Massini, Tyler Korski, and Bradley Soto are due up. Bradley Soto did not start out this game for the Spartans. This is his first opportunity in the batter's box, or it will be his first opportunity in the batter's box. He took over for Michael Norton, who had the 2-run home run in the first. Phil Massini, a walk, a run, and a sacrifice fly for him so far in this game. Padding the stats in a couple different ways. Chasing on that low pitch there, and a good start for Galloway. Said that a few times, though, here. Seeing Galloway work in and out of jams with some frequency. Excited about the out part. The in part, not so much. You'd like to limit that. Well, that's your Captain Obvious statement of the broadcast. Of course, Galloway doing a good job of carrying the water in game number 1. Talked to both these coaching staffs before the game as that one is sent into right. And right fielder calls off everybody and takes it for out number 1. Tucker Freer getting a chance to make a play. Saying a moment ago, I bet if you talked to both these coaching staffs before the game, they would have both talked about the importance of having their starters go deep. Make sure you have as many pitchers available as possible going into game number 2. You burned through a bunch of pitchers in game number 1 of a doubleheader at this level, and you almost guaranteed to run into a nightmare game in game number 2. Tyler Korski is 0 for 2 so far in this game from the 2 spot for this Spartans team. Oh, my. Hopefully he's got a shin guard on because he fouled that one right off the inside part of that front leg. If you're a Knights player, coach, or fan, this is a good sign here as it's an 0-2 hole with 1 out. Galloway working quickly and efficiently here in the 4th. And he gets him to ground back to the first and back to the pitcher, and Galloway wants to take it himself all the way to first. Why use that arm if you don't have to? And this is the first time today that the Knights have gotten the Spartans to go 0-2 on the first two batters of an inning. In the first, Phil Massini was able to reach with a walk. In the second, Roy Gloms was able to reach with a single. And then in the third, it was that ground out and then home run that put him in the early hole in that inning. Opportunity to make it a 1-2-3, and that could build some momentum for this Knights team. Good block behind the plate. No runners on, so it wouldn't have mattered, but the only way you get good at something is by doing it a lot. 1,000 hours, so to speak. Why miss an opportunity to get the job done right? And that one goes foul. Would have been a tough play if that stayed fair for the third baseman, as Bradley Soto was coming out of that box with a lot of speed. Justin Cook over there playing the hot corner. Lays off the high pitch. Wanted it. Cooler heads prevailed. As we see the warm-up action continue in the bullpen. Now actually taking over to the mound area. And there is the 1-2-3 inning that the Knights so desperately needed. Joey Galloway reverses the trend and keeps the game at 4-0 as he gets Bradley Soto to strike out for his third K of the day. And it's 2-3-4 due up for the Knights when we come back in the bottom of the fourth, and they are having a meeting of the minds at the dugout. They understand just as well as we do up here that this is the time to strike. Can they get the job done? Stick around with us and find out. J.D. Robinson, the leadoff hitter for the Knights in the fourth, had a double in his first plate appearance and then got stranded over there at second base. Looking to get the action started for this Knights team in this fourth inning that feels like a crucial inning, as it's 2-3-4 for the Knights. J.D. Robinson, Sammy Canella, and then L.T. Jimenez. And then if the Knights are lucky, Kai Higginson will come up. And he just avoids getting hit by that pitch. J.D. Robinson continues the at-bat. Good swing down the third baseline, and that is the way to start. Robinson wants second, and he'll take it. And cooler heads will prevail as he will stay at second. 2 doubles in the game for J.D. Robinson, the second baseman for the Knights. This one, a leadoff double that could have this game singing a brand new song. If the Knights are able to strike for 2, oh my. Sammy Cannella struck out in his first at-bat, playing center field here for the Knights and taking a big cut at pitch number 1. It was a long meeting in front of the dugout for the Knights before or in between innings. I'm sure understanding where they are at in this game. The pitch gets away from the catcher, and J.D. finally does take third. He can score a few more different ways now as he takes third on the pass ball. Sammy Cannella, his at-bat just got that much more interesting. Can he send one into the outfield? And he's certainly trying as he takes another big cut there. Just talking about the meeting in front of the dugout. I'm sure the Knights understanding you got the 1-2-3 in the top of the 4th. Let's keep this momentum going into the bottom of the 4th. And Cannella will get the RBI, and he'll get the infield single as there's no throw. Infield single RBI. When was the last time you heard that? Sammy Cannella brings in the first run of the game here for the Knights. J.D. Robinson, his 2 doubles were the only 2 hits of the game so far for the Knights. And now he has scored the only run of the game. His teammates trying to pick up right here. Cannella with a quick dive back. That was close. L.T. Jimenez ground out in his first at-bat. That was out number 3. He was the 2 part of the 0 for 2 with runners in scoring position in the first inning. This time he sends a shot in between the second and third baseman, as it is now 3 straight hits for this Knights team. And they are getting a chance to hit with a runner in scoring position again as Cannella moves up one. Kai Higginson, the second base runner of the game for the Knights. He had a walk. That was a really impressive walk he drew. He got himself into a 1-2 hole and then earned the walk, but then got caught stealing and really reversed the trend in that inning. Showing bunt early. Missing it all. Push those runners, make it 2 runners in scoring position. Back to second. Cannella didn't have to dive that time. New feel to this ball game as the Knights put 1 on the board. Shows bunt again, gets it down, but it can't stay fair. Is he swinging away now? You got to think he's swinging away. You missed those first 2 one. Nope, he's showing. Coaching staff is showing faith in him, and he missed it altogether. The third strikeout of the game for Ashby, starting pitcher for the Spartans. He's gotten Cannella, Carlos Torres, and now Kai Higginson. And here comes Tucker Freer, right fielder for the Knights. Runners are going. Throw to second is in time, and L.T. Jimenez is out. Great slide attempt trying to avoid the tag, but once again, the ball beats the runner. And my goodness, that is the second time we have seen a really quality throw from the backstop of the Spartans, Perry Chetney. He got Higginson the first time. He gets Jimenez the second. And just like that, there are 2 outs. But there's now a runner at third as well, as Canelo was safe on that double steal. Tucker Freer does the matrix lean and avoids that one. And Perry Chetney with that throw. That's a heads-up play, not only with the quality throw, but also if you hesitate just a little bit there, you get nobody, and now you have runners at second and third. A double steal attempt like that, it's aggressive play, but you're forcing the catcher to make a play, and Perry Chetney made one. Tucker Freer draws the walk, and that is going to give the Knights a chance to at least breathe a sigh of relief here in the fourth. This inning started off so well. A double, infield single RBI, and then another single from L.T. Jimenez. And then blink and you missed it, 2 outs. And the Spartans having a meeting of the minds at the pitcher's mound, trying to talk over a strategy that makes sure they get out of this inning with just a little bit of hurt. And what looked like an opportunity here in the fourth inning for the Knights to make this a brand new ball game has become an opportunity for the Spartans to really feel good about where they still are. Now, they felt better about where they were when they started, but feel better about a 3-run lead as opposed to a 2-run lead. Again, Captain Obvious statement of the broadcast. Justin Cook ground out in his first at-bat, getting a chance to hit with runners in the corner. And he sends one high into foul ground, but caught. But the Knights get one on the board, and it always has to start with one. They've taken the first step on the comeback trail. Can they see the other side of it? Another 1-2-3 inning for them in the fifth would go a long way. Can they get it? Connor Dixon warming up for the Knights in the bullpen, but still doing the pitching to start things in the fifth is Joey Galloway, coming off his first 1-2-3 inning of this ball game so far. Joey also was able to pick up his third strikeout of the game in inning number 4. And he gets the ground out for out number 1 in the fifth. And let me do a little math here, and let's see exactly how many outs in a row that is for Mr. Galloway. Pretty easy math by my book. That's 5 straight outs for Joey Galloway, and what a turnaround for him. Talked about it earlier in this broadcast. Joey pitched in and out of multiple jams here in this game. The out part you're always excited about as a coaching staff. The in part you always would like to limit. But Galloway showing a lot of toughness and resilience. The sophomore starter making his third appearance this year. It's a rematch for Galloway with a man who took him deep in his last at-bat. Luke Ooh, third baseman for the Spartans, is sitting at 1-1 on today as he drew a walk in his first at-bat and took Joey Galloway deep to left field in his second. That was the last run scored of the game for the Spartans. They've been held scoreless since then. And some accidental sweet chin music. Galloway gets the big cut there. LT Jimenez playing deep on the grass at shortstop, expecting hard contact, I'm sure. No contact there as Luke Ooh stays away from the low and outside pitch. Everybody in attendance here at the Castle is waiting on some runs from the Knights and also waiting on the sun to come out. They're waiting on the third out of this inning as well as Luke Ooh goes down on strikes for out number 2. That's strikeout number 4 today for Joey Galloway. And now it's Alex Gaudin stepping into the batter's box. Alex 0 for 1, a fly out and a walk. And what a pitch to start this at bat. Joey Galloway, 6 straight outs, looking to make it 7. Grounder over to Justin Cook, who makes the missile throw over from third for out number 3. And there it is. It is back-to-back 1-2-3 innings for this Knights defense and pitching staff. Can the offense pick them up once again and make it back-to-back innings with a run on the board? Change this game just a little bit more. Remember, fans, this is just game 1 of a doubleheader, so we're not scheduled to play a full 9 innings. Time running out here for the Knights to see the other side of the comeback trail in game number 1. And just when you need it, it always seems like the top of the lineup is right around the corner. And it's 8, 9, and then the top of the lineup here for the Knights in the bottom of the 5th. Jacob Boygden, the catcher, starting us off here. And then Carlos Torres. And then the leadoff man, Wasker Vincent Hernandez, or Martinez, excuse me. Jacob doing the catching, and he has a fly out to his name so far. And he's now got himself almost down on strikes here. Good piece of hitting, puts it right back up the middle, puts the onus on the defense, and they make the play with a half a second to spare. Got that one off the end of the bat, put it right back up the middle, though. Gave himself a chance to beat it out at first. And a shortstop for the Spartans was there just in the nick of time, Roy Gloms. Here comes Carlos Torres. Went down on strikes his first time in the batter's box. Starts himself out 0-1 here in the second. Make it 0-2 as Torres, really the first one we've seen today, try and chase that high pitch. Both teams have done a good job of avoiding chasing pitches outside of the strike zone. As you see there, Torres chased that one on pitch number 2, had to go for pitch number 3 and just couldn't catch up to it, as both starting pitchers have now picked up 4 strikeouts through 5 innings. Well, we're not through the 5th just yet for the Knights, but getting close as now the leadoff man steps into the batter's box with 2 outs. Can the Knights start a 2-out rally and put another on the board? It's a 4-1 ball game right now. They've made it a save situation. Can they make it a little bit closer? They took the first step in inning number 4. Can they take the second in inning number 2? And Wasker takes a big cut on that, and he'll have to catch his breath and steady his hands. I'm sure they're vibrating after catching the skinny part of the bat on that cut. Moves it to 2-1. Make it 3-1. Good job laying off that. I thought for sure that was a strike. May have been high. Or maybe it was outside. Who knows? 3-1. Take your base, sir. It's a 2-out walk for the leadoff man. That's a solid piece of hitting there from your leadoff guy. Didn't take a cut on the first 2. Clearly balls. Big cut on the next one. And then he stayed away from the next 2 after that because they were clearly balls. If it comes close, swing with everything you got. If not, stay away. J.D. Robinson looking to make it 3 straight doubles for him as he has 2 already under the belt. Again, J.D. picking right where Vincent Martinez left, picking up right where Vincent Martinez left off, avoiding those pitches on the outside portion. Don't chase, make them come into the strike zone. J.D. Robinson, oh my. He hits that one off the right part of the bat, but sent it right into the earth. Tipped it off the plate, essentially. Tough break there for the Knights as they get the ground out to end things in the 5th. And they will have to make sure the game stays right where it is if they want to keep their comeback hopes alive. They've gotten 2 straight 3 up, 3 down innings. Can they make it 3 straight? If the Knights are going to make it 3 straight, 1, 2, 3 innings, it's going to be on the shoulders of the new pitcher, Connor Dixon, freshman, making his second appearance on the year. Connor has gotten through 1 inning of work, and he would like to reverse some trends after that 1 inning that he had earlier this year. We all got to start somewhere. It's not about the first step you take, it's about the next one. Connor Dixon stepping up in a big spot here for his team right here. Trying to keep the game right where it is. It's Brandon Hofsizer, Roy Gloms, and Caleb Deli. 7, 8, 9 due up for this Spartans team, and that is the 4th walk of the year for Connor Dixon. And I would bet from the coaching staff's point of view, that was the #1 trend they'd like to see Connor reverse, given his 1 appearance so far this year. Get 3 walks in that 1 inning. And that's enough to drive a coaching staff crazy, though. Connor can erase that real quickly. Put that behind him with Roy Gloms in the batter's box now. Everybody in a white jersey thinking about strikeout, double play. Those are the 2 possibilities right now on their mind. Keep this ball in the infield. Roy Gloms a single and a hit by pitch. He came around to score on that single in the second. And this time he is got himself almost down on strikes. Connor Dixon quickly putting the walk behind him. See if our stat sheet says anything about it, or if I'm just going to have to go by eye. It does not say anything about it. Connor Dixon, from where I'm sitting, looks like a tall individual. Keeps the ball high when he starts his windup, as that one is sent for a ride down the left field line. Easy catch for Vincent Martinez. And that is out #1, and the runner stays at first. So a fly out for the number 8 hitter brings up Caleb Delly, the center fielder for the Spartans. A double and a ground out so far in the game. This is part of why I'm sure they went to Connor for this lefty-lefty matchup. Get this double play ball right here, right now. Oh, instead, Delly sends it into the hole in between second and first. And it is now runners at first and second as Delly picks up his second hit of the day. Keeping it to a single and also quickly getting that ball back into the infield, keeping that runner at second, does keep that double play ball alive at a couple of different bases. Connor Dixon not exactly where he wants to be in this inning, but also just one pitch from getting out. Phil Massini. A walk, a sacrifice fly, and a fly out. This is the leadoff man here for the Spartans. Sends it over to LT, and he bobbles it. Can he get one? He can. That was a hard hit ground ball from Phil Massini, and he moves the runners into scoring position as Hofsizer is now at third and Delly is at second, as Tyler Korksky 0 for 3 so far today. Can they keep that trend going and keep the game right where it is? Big spot here for the Knights. And what a pitch from Connor Dixon. Heck of a time to come to the plate with maybe your best pitch so far. The energy has certainly changed here at the Castle after the Knights scored that run in the fourth. It was all Spartans up until that moment, and now the Knights have really come alive offensively and defensively. Trying to see the other end of the comeback trail. Connor Dixon have to come back closer to the plate. So fielder's choice by Phil Massini puts the runners at second and third and has everybody on the edge of their seat. And a good block from Brogdon. Or Bogdan, excuse me. Bogdan. Jacob Bogdan got down on the knee and made sure it stayed right in front of him. It's a good piece of catching there. And he draws the walk. That is 2 walks now in this inning. And they are full for Bradley Soto. And man, oh man, is that position change that we saw earlier in this game having this be a much different spot. Michael Norton was the third hitter of the game for the Spartans, and he had a 2-run home run earlier today. He came out of the game and was replaced by Bradley Soto, who went down on strikes in his first at-bat. Bases are loaded for the first time today. And this is the biggest moment of the game we've seen so far. And Connor Dixon working from the hole now, 2-1. Now 3-1. Tough spot here for the relief pitcher for the Knights. And that what could have been moment on that possible double play ball, looking more and more like a big spot. And Connor comes together and comes to the plate, brings it full on a beautiful pitch. Low and inside, almost unhittable maybe. Does he have one more? Payoff pitch, 3-2. Here it is, and it's a walk. Bradley Soto earns the walk. Brandon Hofsizer comes in and scores. And it's back to a 4-run lead for the Spartans. Meeting of the minds as pitching coach comes out for the Knights. We'll take a quick break with the two teams. Back to the action on the field, right back up the middle. LT's there. Oh, and he fumbles it once again. Connor Dixon had the first stab at it, couldn't get it. LT was there to pick him up, it looked like initially. Perry Chetney drives in one on what I believe will be scored as an error. Caleb Deli comes in to score another run, as now the Spartans have put even more room between them and the Knights. And I said a moment ago how the energy had changed after the Knights scored one in the fourth. Well, the energy has changed once again as the Spartans score two here in the sixth. Flip side to that coin, though, is the Knights have the big part of their lineup due up in the sixth when we come back. But that is then what is now. The Knights need to find this third and final out of this inning. And they can find it on a couple more pitches just like that as Connor comes to the plate with a beautiful breaking ball. Knights still searching for that third out, as it is another walk for Connor Dixon. Deja vu, as it's now back-to-back outings for Connor Dixon with 3 walks. Luke Ooh drew the walk that time. Or excuse me, that's now actually 4 walks in this inning for Connor Dixon. Alex Gooden steps into the batter's box. As that walk also means that another run comes around to score for the Spartans. And just like that, it went from 4-1 to 7-1. And all with only 1 hit put on the board here in this inning. We have a hit, a fielder's choice, and an error. And then 4 walks. Make it 5. The cruel reality of this game. If you can't find the strike zone, it'll be a long afternoon. And this sixth inning is turning into a long afternoon as another one comes around to score. Brandon Hofsizer checks back into the game, so to speak, as he was the leadoff man in this inning. Drew a walk and then came around to score the game's fifth run for the Spartans. And takes a big cut there. Knights a pitch away. And he gets the big swing on strike number 3. Connor Dixon gets the pitch he needs to get out of the inning, but the damage may be done here for the Spartans as they now lead 7-1. It is 3-4-5 due up here for the Knights to start things in the sixth. Sammy Canella, LT Jimenez, and Kai Higginson. Sammy Canella, an infield single RBI in his last at-bat. He's now 1 for 2. Sammy Canella has not seen a lot of action in the center field area defensively today. It's pretty much everything hard hit by the Spartans has been down the lines. Speaking of hard hit, Sammy Canella had one thing on his mind with a swing like that. If he got a fastball, maybe he would have taken it for a ride, sent it up towards where we are. (8-1) is the score on the big board. And Canella with the good eye there as a catcher, Perry Chetney, thought for sure that was out number 1. Umpire said nay. Canella sends it over to the third baseman, Luke Ooh, with another strong throw over to first. Doing the pitching now here for the Spartans appears to be number 4, Keegan Ferris, sophomore out of Elbridge, New York. LT Jimenez with a good cut there. Had a single, and then he was caught stealing in his last at-bat. And that was what really kind of reversed the trend of that 4th inning. LT Jimenez's single was the 3rd straight hit given up in that inning. And then when he was caught stealing, that was the first out made in that inning. What looked like maybe the start of a big inning ended up quickly being just a little bit of damage put on the board by the Knights. They'll need some big damage in this inning if they don't want to leave it all to the 9th. Or the 7th, excuse me, which is essentially the 9th in this game, since we're only playing 7 in a doubleheader. LT sends it right back to the pitcher. Back-to-back groundouts for the relief pitcher. And his first 2 batters faced. Kai Higginson steps up into the batter's box and takes the first one for strike number 1. Kai Higginson had 4 runs scored on the year coming into today's game. Was up near the top in runs scored for the team. But runs have been at a premium here today for the Knights. Only one hit through the first 3 innings. 2 base runners total. Came alive a little bit in the 4th. And then got shut down once again in the 5th. The pitching effort has been solid here from the opening pitch for this Spartans team. Looking more and more like the hope for the Knights this afternoon will be to get the split on the doubleheader, as the 6th inning is now over for the Knights. And both these 2 teams, as we are going into the top of the 7th when we come back. Kai Higginson went down on strikes, and it will be 8, 9, and then the top of the order for the Spartans to lead off the 7th. Connor Dixon still doing the pitching here for the Knights. He will see Roy Gloms, Caleb Deli, and Phil Massini for sure. Two of which he got to make outs in the sixth. The rest of the lineup, though, Connor Dixon did have his struggles with in that sixth inning, trying to reverse that trend here in the seventh. Connor Dixon, freshman, true freshman, only with his second appearance of the year, first time getting a chance to work multiple innings, as his first appearance was only one inning. Oh, not the way he wanted to start here in this seventh, as it's a walk. Caleb Deli, a single, and came around to score in his last at bat. He is now 1 for 2 with a run scored. He's now 2 for 3 with a run scored. His only at bat that he didn't get a hit on was a ground out back in the third. Deli, a lefty, hitting out of the number 9 spot. He was a big reason why I thought Connor Dixon was in the game in the sixth with that lefty-lefty matchup. Deli ended up getting a nice pitch that he went with, sent it into the hole in between first and second. Kind of really got that sixth inning rolling for the Spartans. This one sends for a ride in towards the trees. And the breeze is slowed down here at the castle, but the sun is still yet to come out. Reflects the action we've seen on the field here today, or at least the mood that the action on the field has left the fans here at the castle. Just a little bit of hope today in game number 1. The nice thing about that is there's game number 2. Higginson cannot get the ball out of his glove in time. And the pick ends up advancing the runner over to second. Gloms realized he was in a tough spot. Why not just advance or try and advance? If you're going to get caught moving forward. Back-to-back walks. Phil Massini, leadoff man here for the Knights, had a fielder's choice in his last at-bat that was a real what could have been moment in the game. Looked like a potential double play ball. Knights had to settle for one, and then the wheels fell off the bus. And we started singing a much different song in the game. I don't mean to point at that moment as to say that is the difference in the game. That's far from the difference in the game, but certainly a moment that the coaching staff will be talking about in between games when we go into game number 2. No outs, runners at first and second, contact into the outfield, and that will score one as it hits the grass and then just dies. And actually, it'll score none. Heads up base running heads up. Oh, heads up running, base running and defense. As that ball hit the grass in right field and just died. But also, he was tracking it well. Quickly got it right back into the infield. Avoided a play at the plate. Kept them full. And it's deja vu. They are full once again in the 7th. We went through 5 innings without seeing them full. And then they were full through most of the 6th. And they're full again early in the 7th. They go home for 1. And they get the one that they wanted most. Tyler Korski grounds out to the fielder's choice. It was a hard hit ball to the second baseman, J.D. Robinson. Did a good job. Kind of ate him up a little bit. Came up on the midsection area. Stayed with it. Got the out at home. Can they get the double play ball? Neither team has pulled off a double play yet today. Came close on a strike him out, throw him out earlier in the game, but close is no cigar. Connor Dixon comes to the plate with a solid pitch, and now he's one pitch away from getting the strikeout. I'm sure they'd still prefer that double play ball, though. Big spot here. 2 strikes. Bases are loaded. And hard contact, that is foul. Good job of staying alive. Bradley Soto drew a walk in his last at-bat. He is 0 for 1 as he took over for the original right fielder, Michael Norton. And that one misses outside. Connor will have to do it again. Soto got himself into a hole, and he's been able to fight it off so far. And now it's full. Connor, 2 walks to start the inning. Trying to avoid a third here. Comes to the plate with a nice pitch. I thought for sure that was strike number 3. I must have missed a pitch earlier. Now it's full. Down the third base line. And they'll go for 1. And that will do the top of the 7th. That will be it for the top of the 7th, excuse me. As out number 3 is a ground out for Bradley Soto. And a good job of recovery from Connor Dixon. A tough 6th inning. He puts it behind him and doesn't give up a run here in the 7th, even after giving up the 2 walks to lead off the inning. Great job from the freshman, putting the tough start behind him. So you're saying there's a chance. Bottom of the 7th, the Knights got a mountain in front of them, but they've also got a chance. 6-7-8 is due up for the Knights. Problem there, 6-7-8 is a combined big offer so far today. Tucker Freer, a fly out and a walk. Justin Cook, a ground out and a fly out. And then Jacob Bogdan, a fly out and a ground out. So we're going to have to see a reversal of some trends if the Knights want to keep their comeback hopes alive here in game number 1. Right fielder Tucker Freer leading us off here in the 7th. Nice pitch there. Broke Tucker off. A little movement in the batter's box. Big swing there. Now he's got 2. They're still up and chattering in the dugout here for the Knights. Everybody keeping the hopes alive, keeping the energies high. It goes a long way in a doubleheader. Keep the energy high, keep feeling good going into game number 2, and then also just on a day like this where it's cold and not feeling as comfortable as you usually would at the ballpark. That'll also keep your spirits high as we see out number 1 ground out to second. Fans at home, want to take this opportunity to thank you for joining us on YouTube for the first official home game of the regular season for this Knight squad. Big 4-0 stepping into the batter's box for the Knights. Gregory Tulloch, freshman first baseman, with 1 at-bat coming into today's game, and he sends that one deep for a ride, and that is gone. A pinch hit home run here in the 7th. Tulloch was hitting for Justin Cook, and he just hit his first collegiate home run. Congratulations to that young man. Blink and you missed it. He stepped into the batter's box and sent one for a ride into left center. And the Knights have put another on the board. It is now 8-2. And their chances still slim, but certainly not none. Jacob Bogdan steps into the batter's box now here for the Knights. Excuse me, no, that is another pinch hitter for the Knights. This time it is number 38. And I don't have a number 38 on my scorecard, so maybe. Didn't miss much, though, as it ended up being out number 2 anyway. Or not yet, sorry. Don't put that evil on me just yet, Ricky Bobby. pinch hitter now for the Knights, Eduardo Rodriguez. As that was actually indeed out number 2. Martinez trying to put the rally caps on here for this Knight squad. Continue a little magic. Spartans 1 out away, and they'll get it. As he leaves them holding the sword on a nice piece of pitching there to end the game for the Spartans. Final score in game number 1 is 8-2. Can the Knights make it a 1-1 split? You'll have to stick around with us for game number 2 and find out. If you can't, well, I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Aaron Thomas, until next time, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And we are back, ready to start game number 2 live here from the castle between the Spartans and the CCBC Essex Knights. The Spartans got the win in game number 1, but that was then. This is now the Knights focused on game number 2, and doing the pitching for the Knights is number 19, Michael Gable. Michael Gable, a freshman, making his 3rd appearance this year. He has 2 innings of work so far this year and 2 strikeouts to his name. And Gable starts the game off with a walk to the leadoff man for the Spartans, Phil Massini. Fernando Espinal taking over now in the batter's box for the Spartans. Seeing his first action this afternoon, as he did not get a chance to play in game number 1. And he sees something close almost immediately. Tyler Korski in the batter's box for the Spartans, as the Spartans almost picking up right where they left off in game number 1. Getting on the base path early. Can they follow that up with getting on often? They were able to do that in game number 1. Gamble with a quick gamble, so to speak, as he steps off and quickly moves over to first. Focus back on. Oh my, kicked away. That was very, very close. Think he would have been safe even if he held on to that ball, but certainly closer than the first base coach wants it to be, I'm sure. Everybody aware of that quick move from Gamble now. This time, Massini clearly a step closer to the bag. Shorten that lead up a little bit. Gamble gets him to go on a half a swing. Still got the higher portion of the bat, though. Almost kind of like fouled that off in a protection mode type thing. Fernando Espinal looking to avoid the double play. Gamble would love to keep the ball in the infield here. Fouls it right back. He's earned the right to see another. Some changes for both teams here in game number 2. Some players playing some new positions, some players who didn't play at all in game number 1. Battle continues. Who's going to blink first? Gamble comes. Runners running. And that's sky high into foul territory. And it can't be caught. Maybe bounced out of his glove. Maybe it was just out of the reach. Tough to see from this angle, but we know we'll do it all over again for sure. The battle continues. I think that's Sammy Cannella over there at first for the Knights in game number 2. Runner was moving a second ago. Here again, and it's back-to-back walks. That play over in foul ground already a what could have been moment, as now it is No outs, runners at first and second, and no hits surrendered yet by Michael Gable, excuse me. Let me try that one more time. Gamble. Excuse me. Michael Gamble. Early jam. Early chance to flex the muscles as well and pitch out of that jam. If you're a pitcher, you know trouble's always coming. It's what do you do when it's at the door? Tyler Korski in the third spot for the Spartans. Early chance to hit with a runner in scoring position and an early hole for the number 3 hitter for the Spartans as he falls behind 1-2. Fouls that one right back into the catcher's mitt. Gamble will take one more of those, please. Instead, he'll have to come to the plate one more time as he fouls it off. Tyler Korski does. Settle for a double play ball, but you'd really love the strikeout here. Big breaker just misses. Came across the plate high, finished in the catcher's glove low. One of those tough breaks there for a pitcher. 2-2. Make it 3-2. As the first strikeout of the game is the first out of the game for Michael Gamble. Issues 2 walks to hitters 1 and 2 and then gets the strikeout on hitter number 3. And now maybe just one pitch away from getting out of this jam, the double play ball, his best friend, Perry Chetney. Perry Chetney was the catcher in game number 1, doing the DH work here in game number 2. Swinging a big stick on the first cut. And looking at the second pitch, low around the knees on the inside portion of the plate. Beautiful pitch from Gamble. Can't get more of the same there. Gamble's done a good job of putting those 2 walks behind him. Quick work here of the next 2 batters. Cooler heads prevail. Chetney saw the hands start to move forward, starting the swing. He's on his toes. Did he go? He did not. They do check down to the second umpire. Knights weren't sure at first. Another big spot. And it's a third walk in this inning. This one really earned from Chetney after those 2 early strikes. Did a good job laying off some tough pitches. It was already a jam. Now it's a tight jam with the bases loaded for Perez. Swinging away there. Juan Perez in the batter's box here in a big spot, in his first spot of the game, or really, excuse me, I should say of the afternoon. because he did not get any action in game number 1. Down early. And down on strikes now. Three walks, 2 strikeouts. What an inning of work so far for Michael Gamble. He has not made it easy for himself, but he has certainly done a great job of handling business with his back up against the wall early in this contest. Pressure pitches for number 19. Freshman. Nerves of steel so far. Moves to 1-1. He is now just 1 out away. No one's thinking about that double play ball anymore. Whatever you get that ball in your glove. Out at the easiest base. Gamble, of course, thinking, I'd rather them not put the ball in play. They haven't had a chance to do it yet. Another 2-strike hole. This has got it. And he puts it in play down the line, left field, and fair. Throw to third, and he's safe. He slid under the tag, they say. Or maybe he beat the ball. It is a 2-out, 2-run double for Got It. With 2 strikes as well. Wow. Alex Got It. Came up big there. Now here comes Glom. As it is back-to-back games where the Spartans strike for 2 runs in the first inning. In game number 1, it was a 2-run home run from Michael Norton. Here it is a 2-run double from Alex Got It. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Big piece of hitting for the Spartans. And a big piece of pitching there from Michael Gamble, putting it right behind him and making sure the run ends right there. 3 strikeouts for the starter for the Knights, but some damage early for the Spartans. Can the Knights answer early? And we are ready to start the bottom of the first. Wasker Vincent Martinez, first one to see Luke Ooh in game number 2. Luke was playing third base in game number 1. Had a couple of lasers across the diamond. Let's see what he's got from the mound. Wasker Vincent Martinez, J.D. Robinson, and Sammy Cannella, the 1, 2, 3 at the top of the lineup. L.T. Jimenez, if we're lucky, coming out of that 4 spot. Knights trying to answer the 2 runs from the Spartans with at least 1 run of their own. Knights offense took till the 4th inning to come around and score in game number 1. They did get a hit in inning number 1, but J.D. Robinson was stranded at second after his 1-out double. Martinez shot to third. Sounded good. If only it looked as good. Right to the third baseman for out number 1. Ground out for Wasker Vincent Martinez. Juan Perez playing the hot corner in game number 2 for the Lions. Or the Spartans, excuse me. Thinking about yesterday's men's lacrosse game live here from the Castle. Had a 4-1 top 5 showdown that was an instant classic. Everyone on deck here for game number 2, hoping for an instant classic as well. Well, maybe not the Knights fans. Maybe they'd just like to see him handle business. I guess I should say I'm hoping for an instant classic. As Robinson picks up right where he left off in game number 2, or game number 1, excuse me. He had 2 doubles in game 1. Now he has a single to start things in game 2. J.D. Robinson playing third. Looking to see third here on some action from Sammy Cannella. What a breaking pitch. As that draws the oohs and ahs from the dugout of the Spartans. Again. Another one. Now thinking about a potential double play ball. He's going to avoid staying on top of the ball. Square it up if he comes together or comes to the plate with another breaking pitch like that. Instead, he comes with some high heat that Cannella just fouls off. Earns the right to see another one. Oh, 2 hole for Cannella. He avoids swinging at it. And the ump says he should have. First strikeout of the game for the Spartans. Starter Luke Ooh. Sammy Cannella, the victim. L.T. Jimenez. And J.D. gets back with a half a second to spare. LT skies one, and luckily for him, he had backspin on that, and it didn't just go right up the elevator chute. He'll see one more. They figure out that timing. Send it our way. And Luke has got the ball moving here in the first inning. Good piece of pitching there. He's changing levels and direction on LT. The LT squares that one up deep into right for out number 3. Got a piece of it, just not the whole thing. Knights can't answer with a run, but they do get their first hit of the game. Can they build on that? It's going to have to start defensively, as it is 8-9, and then the top of the order due up here in inning number 2. Bradley Soto, Caleb Deli, and then Phil Massini due up here in this inning for the Spartans, the Knights. And their starter, Michael Gamble, trying to make sure that's all that sees the plate here for the Spartans. A really interesting first inning of work for Michael Gamble and this Knights team. 3 walks surrendered by Gamble, but also 3 strikeouts earned by Gamble. A 2-run double sandwiched in there somewhere in between all of that gave the Spartans the 2-run lead that they're currently working with. A line out right to the shortstop. That time from Bradley Soto. Here's the number 9 hitter, Caleb Deli. Shows bunt. Takes it back. Umpire says, maybe you should have tried to bunt that one. Quick work for Michael Gamble, as it is a 0-2 hole for the man in the batter's box for the Spartans. Four strikeouts now for Gamble. And he's got the 1-2 part. Can he get the 3? And give this Knights offense a chance to answer in the bottom of the second. When the offense came alive in game number 1, it was when the defense came alive. The Knights had 2 straight innings of 1-2-3 ball in game number 1. At one point, 7 straight outs earned by the starter in game 1, Joey Galloway. It's 4 straight so far for Michael Gamble as he goes 1-2-3 in the top of the second. Can his offense get him a run in the bottom of the second? Gregory Tulloch, Jesse Downey, and Colin Miller are due up for the Knights. Two of those three gentlemen are going to see their first at-bat of the afternoon. One of those gentlemen hit a pinch hit home run in Game 1. I'll tell you all about it when we come back. Leading off for the Knights here in inning number 2 is freshman number 40, Gregory Tulloch. Gregory Tulloch came in as a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 7th in game number 1 and sent a drive deep into left center for his first collegiate home run. And not only was that his first collegiate home run, it was his first collegiate hit. Congratulations to the freshman on a special moment that I'm sure he will never forget. Leading off the action here in the bottom of the 2nd and doing the DH work here in game number 2. The G-man, Gregory Tulloch. One swing away from possibly cutting the lead in half. He'll settle for just getting on. Tulloch sees his first strike, and it moves it to 2-1. It's Tulloch, Downey, and then Miller. All three of those gentlemen getting their first start of the afternoon. Tulloch wanted it. Cooler heads prevailed, and he'll take first. The first walk issued by this Spartans pitching staff in game number 2. Not a lot of walks in game number 1 from the Spartans either. A couple sprinkled in throughout the game. Wasn't a huge issue. Luke will try and make sure it's not an issue here in game number 2 as well. Jesse Downey, first chance to swing the stick. Downey doing the catching work in game number 2. Gregory Tulloch, sizable lead over there at first. Could be wrong, but I did, in my research before today's game, believe Tulloch has 1 steal on the season already. And that was dangerously close. It's a game of first and an inning of first as Kamari Arrington is due up for the Knights in this inning as well if the Knights can avoid the double play ball. Arrington Playing center field for the Knights in game number 2. Downey sends one for a drive. Right fielder wants it, and he'll take it, and Tulloch will head back over to first. If that ball was sent over to left, maybe Tulloch would have been on first, thinking about a tag up. Instead, he was hoping and praying for a misplay. Never happened. He's got to take the long trot back over to first base. Jesse Downey has to take the even longer trot back over to the dugout as he sent one into the outfield. It's hung up there in the trees a little bit too long. Colin Miller, left fielder for the Knights in game 2. Now it's his duty to get him on, get him over. Well, Tulloch did the get on part, excuse me. It's Miller's job to do the get him over or get him in part. Miller, more of the same, but this one will not leave the infield. Just right up there into the trees. Pop out to the shortstop, and Gregory Tulloch in danger of being stranded over there at first. Kamari Arrington, the number 8 hitter for the Knights. Evan Cawthorn. Got him! Oh my goodness. Gregory Tulloch gets caught leaning, and a great piece of pitching as he sees the minimum in that inning, even after surrendering the walk. My, oh my, a play you don't see every day. The Spartans are rolling here once again in game number 2. Michael Gamble has retired the last 4 batters he's faced, and he'd love to make it a 5th as Fernando Espinal steps into the batter's box, drew a walk, and came around to score in his first at-bat in the first inning. He was one of 3 players to earn a walk in inning number 1. The first 2 came around to score, and that is the difference in the game. Both teams only have 1 hit, but the Spartans have been able to get on the base path in other ways, as that one is sent up into the dugout area off the roof. Sammy Cannella was hoping, wishing, and praying, but instead they'll have to find it out another way here. Fernando Espinal leading off in the 3rd. Tyler Korski and Perry Chetney due to come up after him. There it is. Strikeout number 5. Michael Gamble. The K is his best friend so far. He has got 5 strikeouts through 2 1/3 innings. Trying to make Tyler Korski the first repeat strikeout victim, as he was the very first strikeout victim of the game in inning number 1. Korski sends that one down the line and right off a tree. He can turn that one around. He could possibly do some damage, straighten that out. What does he have? What does he see? He'll see another one, as he knew that one was a ball almost immediately out of Gamble's hand. The breeze has picked up a little bit here once again. It had gone cold for a while with the breeze. I mean, it was still cold outside, but there was no breeze, so it felt almost as if there was a little bit of relief. I think as we get closer and closer towards the end of this contest and the end of this afternoon, the weather may play a factor. 3 straight strikeouts for Michael Gamble as he closed out the second with a strikeout, and now he started the third with back-to-back Ks. My goodness. The freshman is rolling right now, Michael Gamble. Talked about it in inning number 1, how he was a freshman but certainly not pitching like it, as he was doing a great job of pitching with his back up against the wall, now pitching from out in front, and I'm sure feeling a lot more comfortable that way. Looking to make it back-to-back innings, 1, 2, 3. And if he could do it this time with the strikeout, he'd do it without having the ball put in play. Perry Chetney earns the right to see one more. Perry Chetney, DH in game number 2, got a walk in his first at-bat. And he goes down swinging in his second. 4 straight strikeouts for Michael Gamble. My goodness, what a pitching performance to start from both of these teams. Luke Ooh will try to answer in the bottom of the third. You know he's fired up. Bruno Mars in between innings, encouraging everyone to get up off their feet and try and stay warm here as it is turned chilly on this Sunday afternoon from the Castle. Kamari Arrington swinging away at the first pitch he sees. He stepped into the batter's box in the bottom of the second, but didn't get to complete his at-bat when Gregory Tulloch was picked off to end the inning. Arrington quickly in the 0-2 hole. Kamari Arrington and then Evan Cawthorn, the 8-9 hitters, will lead things off for the Knights. And that is now 5 straight strikeouts in this game if you combine the two teams. Michael Gamble, or I guess I should say 4 because Gamble's went back to the second. Gamble had 3 straight strikeouts to start off the third inning, and his counterpart not to be outdone so far. My goodness, the pitching duel we are seeing right now to start off this second. This will catch some scouts' eyes. Evan Cawthorn playing second base for the Knights. Sends that one for a ride, foul over towards the dugout area. And it is back-to-back hitters for the Knights in an early 0-2 hole. Evan will try and avoid the same result. And the man in front of him had. And so far, so good. He moves it to 1-2. And down the line, will it stay fair? It does. And Evan Cawthorn fights off the 0-2 start to get the second hit of the day for the Knights. And what a huge time to get that second hit, as that will turn the lineup over. And now the top of the order comes up with a chance to hit with a man on. Huáscar Vincent Martinez, a ground out in his first at-bat. Now I'm sure he's thinking this is a brand new ball game at this point. Leadoff man, how many times do you get a chance to hit with somebody on as a leadoff guy? Oh, nice play. Eats it up over at third, gets one, and that's all they'll get. But that was solid play over at third from Perez. It'll go down as a fielder's choice for Huáscar Vincent Martinez, and Evan Cawthorn, the casualty there. Hit that a little bit, maybe another inch closer to the hole. It squirts through, and maybe you're looking at first and second instead. It's J.D. Robinson with a chance to hit with a man on first. Vincent Martinez is going, and he is out by a couple of steps. And that is the third time today we have seen a tremendous throw to gun down a runner at second base. It is a no-fly zone today for the Knights. You don't spit into the wind, you don't tug on Superman's cape, and you don't run on the gun of the catchers for this Spartans team. My, oh my, what an afternoon defensively for the visitors. is Juan Perez, Alex Gaudit, and Roy Glom due up for the Spartans in the fourth. And they are trying to reverse a trend that Michael Gamble has worked hard to establish. As it is 4 straight strikeouts for Michael Gamble. But if you want to go a little bit further back, it's 6 straight outs. And if you want to go actually one further back, it's 7 straight batters retired for the freshman number 19, Michael Gamble, doing his part to make sure that the game stays manageable for this night's squad, as it is a 2-0 game for the Spartans. Trying to make it a clean sweep of the Knights in Game 2 of this doubleheader. And Gamble gets the sign that he likes. 5, 6, 7 is the order due up for the Spartans, as Perez will see another. Gamble, though, would like to make sure the next one he sees is the last one he sees. And it won't. Lays off the high stuff, Perez does. Juan Perez with a solid play at third base in the top of the inning, and he grounds back to Gamble. So Gamble's strikeout streak will come to an end, but his outs streak continues, make it 8 batters retired in a row for Michael Gamble, and this is the rematch that he had circled coming into this inning. Alex Gaudit, the 2-run double that is separating these two teams. Starts Gaudit off with the 0-1 strike. Make it 0-2 as Alex brought the hands forward, but couldn't bring the barrel with him. What does he see here in the early hole? Up the elevator shaft. Does it stay fair? It does not. Not even close. Alex Gaudit has earned the right to see one more. The 0-2 pitch. And he'll see another. It moves to 1-2. How about another as he moves it to even? Alex Gaudit put the early hole behind him. He's come back this far. Can he come back a little bit further? Sent it for a ride into center. Arrington is there, wants it, and has it. Man, the way that came off the bat initially, thought maybe it was going to carry a little bit more, but sent it too far up into the sky. He got the up part, not the out part. Fly out to center. And it's another out recorded for this pitching staff of the Essex Knights that has really been solid here in game number 2. Roy Glom, strikeout victim number 3, that coming all the way back in the first inning. Trying to start a 2-out rally and avoid 3 straight innings of 1-2-3 ball. tried his best to frame that one, but try as you must. And it's been a while since we've seen that first walk issued to this Spartans team since the first inning. Michael Gamble went 11 batters in between walks issued. And that 11 batters may have been long enough for them to forget about that quick trigger over there at first, as that was close. But horseshoes and hand grenades, we are not playing so close. Don't matter much here today. Big cut there from Bradley Soto. Lined out to LT Jimenez in his first at-bat. Got a good piece of the ball, but just sent it right back to the shortstop. Soto goes fishing for that one. Got a piece of that, I think, based on the sound. Regardless, it's a hole that Soto's trying to dig himself out of. Gamble trying to make sure that the inning ends right here. He's running, and he's taking second with no throw. Roy Glome now in scoring position as we have our first stolen base of the day. Or for the Spartans, I should say, but he is stranded over there at second as Bradley Soto goes down on strikes. 8 strikeouts through 4 innings of work for Michael Gamble. But the question on everybody's mind, though, for the Knights is, can they get some hits? Michael Gamble starting to sound a little bit like James Brown over there in the dugout in the big payback. I need some hits. Got to have some hits. Need those hits. It is J.D. Robinson, Sammy Cannella, and L.T. Jimenez to start the 4th inning. The big part of the lineup, hoping to do a little bit of damage and at least put one on the board here in the 4th. This is where they were able to strike in game number 1. Can they make it some deja vu? Well, they've got the right man up at the plate as J.D. Robinson followed up his 2 doubles in game number 1 with a single here in game number 2. And when it's your kind of day, it's just your kind of day, as he'll reach on the error there as the shortstop just has it play right off the front of his glove. Can't make the play. Just a missed opportunity there. So Sammy Cannella steps into the batter's box. And how much movement do we see on the base paths, if any at all, given the trend so far that we've seen? Cannella puts it in play. And he'll head back to the batter's box, and J.D. Robinson will head all the way back to first. He was running like Wile E. Coyote. Or no, Speed Runner is the one who runs. Wile E. Coyote tries to blow him up. The message still applies. He was running fast. Sammy Cannella swinging away now, maybe. Though it'll come after time. Some warm-up action in the bullpen for the Knights as Cannella goes down on strikes for the second time this afternoon. He was strikeout victim number 1 and now strikeout victim number 3, as it's 11 strikeouts total between these two teams. LT Jimenez trying to pick up his first hit of the afternoon. Swinging at the first pitch and sending it in between the hole. No one's covering third, so Robinson will take that. And Jimenez doing the work. LT Jimenez, first pitch swinging, sends it into the hole in between short and third. And we now have runners on the corner. Tying run at first, go-ahead run at the plate, because this man can change the game with one swing of the bat. And he knows it, and he's looking for it. And maybe trying to do a little bit too much. Comes up off the skinny part of the bat. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so swing away, my friend. Just missed out on an opportunity there. I'm sure Tulloch probably feels like he was an inch away because he got that inside pitch. Probably wanted to quickly turn the hips. Just missed it. Here's Jesse Downey. Chance to hit with the runners at the corner. Chance to put on the hero pants. Knights need to strike for one here. And they will do just that as Downey sends one into right field. LT will get back in a hurry over to third as he goes from first to third on the Jesse Downey RBI single. And just like that, the lead is cut in half. My, oh my, what a huge swing there from the catcher, Jesse Downey. Had a fly out in his first at-bat, second at-bat. Got a chance to wear the hero pants. Colin Miller, now his chance to slide into those pants. Oh my, shot down the left field line, and it's foul. Everyone will hustle back to where they were a moment ago. And the Spartans, players, coaches, and fans will steady the beating heart as it's an opportunity once again to get out of this inning with just a little bit of damage. Still holding on to the lead. Still holding on to a chance to get the clean sweep of the Knights in this doubleheader. He's going, and he'll take it without a throw. First stolen base of the day for the Knights, or in game number 2 at least. They did have one in game number 1 on a double steal. But still, someone was on the wrong side of that on the other side. They've not been able to move on the bases like they usually like to, the Knights. They've been held where they are. This time, it's just one. Ground out to the shortstop, routine for the Spartans, but some damage done by the Knights. They put one on the board, and it is now a 2-1 ball game. Can Michael Gamble and the rest of the Knights defense continue to do their job? So doing the pitching now for the Knights is number 26, Trevor Viria. Trevor is a freshman making his third appearance. He's got 5 innings of work so far on the year. He's given up 3 runs on 2 hits. The strikeout number is much different than Michael Gamble. He only has 1 strikeout on the year. That's good for a K per 9 of 1.8, but the other side of that is Trevor has struggled giving up some walks this year. He has 5 walks issued, but, you know, with that 1 next to the ERA and the ER, you'll live with that. He's pitching himself into jams, but he's also pitching himself out. What does he have here with the game now at 1-2 after the Knights snuck for 1 in the bottom of the 4th? It is 9, and then the top of the order for the Spartans, Caleb Deli, leading us off. As we have some bullpen work for the Spartans as well. This may be the end of the line for both starters, as everyone in that bullpen area was on high alert after that one. A screamer off the bat of Deli. Deli went down swinging. He was strikeout victim number 4 in inning number 2. And now we have got a battle here to start off the 5th inning. And he will not be able to get the out. And instead, it is the 5th walk issued by this Knights pitching staff. I was going to say before that pitch, so important, really try and get this guy out. Not want to give the top of the lineup a chance to hit with a man on, but they'll do just that. Here is Phil Massini checking in. Hitting with a man on first. A much different feel to game number 2, as this one has been close throughout. Spartans back-to-back games where they put 2 runs on in the first inning, though. Big difference in Game 2 is that's where it ended. In Game 1, they were able to put runs on the board in pretty much every inning after that. As you see, a good throw down to second, and he slid under. Oh, wow, they got him. I thought he slid under the tag initially. Oh, no, he was safe. I'm not sure if he was safe or not, or if it was just ball 4. Not sure what the confusion was. Believe that is being ruled as a hit by pitch on Philip Massini. Regardless, what we know is no outs, runners at first and second, sent up into the outfield. Runner at second wants to tag and will. And boys and girls at home, that is why you back up the throw to the cutoff man. As Cawthorn couldn't get it, LT was right there, and they'll stay at the corners. And the game will stay at 2-1. Now, the question is, can Trevor Veery get that double play ball that the Knights so desperately want right now with the runners at the corner? 2-1 game, 1 out. Ground ball double play, the best friend of the Knights players, coaches, and fans right now. If they can get it, it'll be the first one pulled off of these 2 games. Double play depth at the infield. Quick trigger back over to first. I understand keeping the runner over there, but you're playing with fire. Because if it gets by him, the runner at third's taken off for the plate. Playing with fire again there as the catcher Jesse Downey has to do everything to keep that in front of him. Light drizzle starting to take place here at the Castle. Wonder if that'll play a factor in this game. Could play a factor on pitchers trying to grip the ball. As we see a hole here for the pitcher, Trevor Veery. Can't recover, and he issues the walk, and they are full. The double play ball still alive. But now you got to think if they put it in play, ideally, you want to come home with it. But then I guess if you have a chance, I don't know. It's an interesting play. It won't happen as it gets through the infield. It'll score 1. And just 1 as they are quick to get the ball right back in. Make sure they only advance 1. It is an RBI single, though, for Perry Chetney. And that 1 run that the Knights were able to put on the board is erased just like that. Warm-up action in the bullpen once again for the Knights. Still only 1 out in this inning. And now with them full, it becomes that much more important to keep that ball in the infield. send the ball into the outfield, and somebody's probably going to get a chance to tag up. I'm going to talk a little strategy on the mound. We're going to talk some, too, over here in the broadcast booth. Juan Perez in the batter's box for the Spartans. He is 0 for 2 today, but he could really wipe everyone's mind clean of that with a big hit right now. 1 out, bases loaded. The Spartans have already struck for 1 here in the 5th. They've gotten their lead back up to 2. Trevor Veery trying to do everything he can to make sure it stays at just that. He's got the advantage he wants right now. Can he finish the job? Sent for a ride, foul, but loud. Is that a sign that he's catching up? Buckled him, but it was high. He walks 1 in, Juan Perez. The 2nd walk of the inning. 6th of the day for the Knights. Alex got it. 2-run double, two-run double back in the 1st. That for a while was the difference maker in this game. That is now changed here. Largest lead of the game so far, as the Spartans now up 3 as they put another one on the board after that walk. And another one will cross there, at least one, actually make it 2. As it is a 2 RBI double from Alex Goddett. Or a 2-run double, excuse me, misspoke. And my goodness, deja vu. Knights strike for 1 in the 4th. In game 1, and then the Spartans were almost immediately able to build some more distance between them and the Knights. And then here in game number 2, it's more of the same. The Knights finally strike for 1 in the 4th, but here come the Spartans building some distance between them once again. And still only 1 out in this inning. See how costly unforced errors can be. A walk, a hit by pitch, a walk. And then another walk sandwiched in between 2 singles. I think that last hit from Goddett will probably be ruled as a single and then an error. Not sure, though. Regardless, Alex got the job done and some. That one's sent for a ride. It'll stay in the infield. Jimenez wants it and has it, and now there are 2 outs. So right now it is 5-1. The Spartans have made it a non-save situation. Knights, can they make it 2 innings in a row with a run? And, oh, he's coming again! And the second man is out, but the first one scores on the pass ball. So Bradley Soto will still be in the batter's box when we come back for the Spartans' chance to hit. In between then, the Knights have a chance to answer the 4 runs put on the board in the 5th inning by the Spartans. It is now a 6-1 game. And the ice is starting to come down on the field. We'll tell you about the ice on the field when we started this game when we come back. It is 8-9, and then the top of the order up for the Knights. So if a rally's going to come right now, would be a good time for it, as it is now 6-1. Spartans answer the 1 run that the Knights put on in the 4th with 4 in the top of the 5th. Kamari Arrington, the leadoff man here, went down swinging in his first at-bat. I'm sure if you took a little peek into his mind, he's also probably thinking about making up for what he feels like may have been a defensive lapse in the top of the inning. And he certainly does it right there as he sends that one right back up the middle and gets the inning started off the way they wanted it to. Leadoff single for the center fielder in game number 2. Kamari Arrington with the single. Evan Cawthorn had a single in his first at-bat, and Arrington is taking second and then taking a long look over at third as he makes the banana peel around second base. Evan Cawthorn now a chance to hit with a runner in scoring position. The damage done by the Spartans in the 5th was significant. So the Knights will need a really solid run, as that is a foul ball and also a tough sight to see there as Cawthorn clearly fouled that one off his foot. Precipitation has made a little bit of a turn here at the Castle as well in between innings. Was looking a little bit like hail. Now it's back to the wet stuff, but also with a little bit more urgency. Cawthorn trying to power through this at bat. One count. Cawthorn sends it into the gap in left center. And it'll score one as Arrington comes all the way around. RBI single for Evan Cawthorn. The Knights get one. They start the work. They start the rally. They've taken a step on the comeback trail. Will they see the other side of it? If they do, it's going to come at the expense of a different pitcher, as now coming into the game doing the pitching for the Spartans, I believe, is number 30, but we'll tell you all about it for sure after the break. Brantley Griggs will be taking over and doing the pitching duty for this Spartans team. Brantley is wearing number 34, and he is a freshman from Savannah, Georgia. And I hope he's got some family listening and watching at home all the way down in the Peach State. Let's see what your boy has as he is taking over for Luke O. Trying to make the score stay right where it is. The Knights have put one on the board here in the fifth. Can they put another? It's 6-2. Strong shot down the line and foul. There are no outs in this fifth inning, so a picture-perfect start to the inning for this Knights team. Bottom of the lineup, back-to-back singles. Given the chance with the top of the order to do some hitting with somebody on, and wow, when you're lucky, you're lucky. And the Knights needed a little bit of luck in this inning, and they may have found it there, as once again they go for the steal, and the ball beat the runner. This time, though, the ball popped out of the glove, and Evan Cawthorn was able to get the stolen base. Huáscar Vincent Martinez now hitting with a runner in scoring position. And Huáscar stays away from that. Huáscar Vincent Martinez reached on a fielder's choice in his last at-bat, and then he was caught stealing to end the third. And, oh, he's doubled off. What a play defensively. A beautiful catch in the hole from the shortstop. Roy Glom went up there, caught it, and Evan Cawthorn was caught right there in the middle. That was the play that the Spartans needed to kill the rally, at least initially. So a line-out double play. And here comes J.D. Robinson with a chance to hit in a really big spot. Robinson has reached base safely his first two at-bats and came around to score the first run of the game for the Knights in his second at-bat. Robinson, 2 doubles in game number 1. Another productive day at the plate in game number 2 as well. Trying to start a 2-out rally and steal back some of that momentum that the Spartans have built for themselves. And it will not happen there as he goes down swinging on a nice pitch. So Brantley Griggs comes in and does the work. Gets Huáscar Vincent Martinez the line out to the shortstop and start the double play that kills the rally. The Knights do strike for 1, though. Make it a little bit more manageable as it is now 6-2. Can the defense and the pitching staff find the groove that they had earlier on in this game and make sure they have a chance? It'll be a new pitcher taking over for the Knights. We'll tell you all about it when we come back. All right, and we are back here ready to start things in the 6th, and a correction on my part. It was actually a score of 7-2 as we start this 6th inning. My math was wrong somewhere, which is a surprise to no one. Bradley Soto starts the 6th with a ground out. And doing the pitching here for the Knights now is number 18, Ernie Gonzalez. Ernie is making his 2nd appearance. He got through 1 inning of work his first time and had 2 strikeouts in that 1 inning. And a big strikeout for Ernie. As now it is the top of the lineup. Phil Massini has come around to score twice. He reached base on a walk and a hit by pitch, so he's come around to score twice, but he still doesn't have a hit today. Or at least doesn't have a hit in game number 2 today. Cut, sent foul down the left field line. Ernie 1 away. And that 1 will not come there. As that 5-run 5th inning is the big difference here in this game. Spartans not getting the call there are the Knights, says the umpire. Everyone in a white jersey thought for sure that was the end of this inning. And it is a walk issued to Phil Massini. Fernando Espinal will come into the batter's box. Came around to score in his first at-bat after earning a walk. And it's been a strikeout and a flyout since then. Cooler heads prevail as Fernando will see another one. You saw the hand start to pull forward. Different song and dance here in this one after that big inning from the Spartans. The second game was really looking like a pitcher's duel between the 2 starting pitchers, Luke Ooh of the Spartans and Michael Gamble of the Knights. Took a quick turn in the 5th. And they get the double play when they don't need it. Fernando Espinal grounds out for the 3rd and final out. The Knights will need a big 6th and 7th inning if they want to see the other side of the comeback trail. They've put one on the board each of the last 2 innings. Need to reverse those numbers, up those numbers just a little bit if they want to avoid getting swept by this Spartans team on the doubleheader. Brantley Griggs is still doing the pitching here for the Spartans. And it's his first chance to see Sammy Canella, LT Jimenez, and Gregory Tulloch. Canella 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts here, but could change everyone's perception of his afternoon with a big hit right here. Start the rally party in the 6th. Briggs gets the call on a nice pitch on the outside portion of the plate. Canella swinging away and earning a right to see one more. Brantley Griggs came in relief. First batter he saw was Huáscar Vincent Martinez, and he got a big line out to the shortstop that ended up being a double play ball when Evan Cawthorn was picked off in between second and third. And that really changed the song and dance of that inning, as what looked like maybe the start of a rally ended up really being the start of maybe Griggs' dominance, as he has shut it down. Back-to-back strikeouts for Griggs. This one, a shot down the third base line, and Jimenez will reach on the throwing error. LT Jimenez with a hard hit ball down that third baseline. The throw beat him by maybe a step or two, but it was high. Took the first baseman off the bag. But it did stay in play and made sure LT Jimenez stayed at first. Here's Gregory Tulloch. Interesting day today for Tulloch. He had his first collegiate hit, his first collegiate home run, his first collegiate walk, and his first collegiate pickoff. It's been an afternoon of firsts for number 40. Tulloch is No longer in this game, actually. Doing the pinch hitting now for Tulloch is number 1 for the Knights. That is Eduardo Rodriguez. Eduardo got a pinch hit in game number 1 as well. Or a pinch hit opportunity, I should say, in game number 1. Eduardo has 1 hit on the year with 1 RBI and 1 stolen base. Eduardo, can he start the rally here in the 6th? He cannot, as he is strikeout victim number 2 in this inning. 3 overall for Greggs. Jesse Downey stepping into the batter's box. RBI single and a stolen base for him today. Wanted it and maybe should have went after it, says the umpire. He definitely should have went after that one, says the umpire, as it's now a hole here for Downey. I guess really what the umpire is saying is you definitely need to go after the next one. The Knights trying to avoid leaving it all to the 7th. As remember, fans, this is game 2 of a doubleheader, so we are not scheduled to play 9 innings. Knights have some work in front of them. How much work? Downey can't get it off the shoulder, and it's 3 strikeouts in the inning for Griggs. 4 overall, and the K party continues this afternoon for these 2 pitching staffs. Another pitching change here for the Knights is Anthony Fulminati will take over. He's a left-handed pitcher, freshman, making his 2nd appearance. Does have 1 save on the year, though this is certainly not a save situation for the Knights. This will be the 2nd inning of work on the year for the freshman. And he will see 3, 4, and 5. A productive part of the lineup in terms of runs scored. But then again, really no part of this lineup for the Spartans has been that productive in terms of getting the ball in play, but they haven't had to need to get the ball in play. Only 3 hits in the game so far for this Spartans team, but 7 runs put on the board, and that will tell you pretty much all you need to know about what kind of day it has been for this Knights team. What started out as a promising pitcher's duel has taken a sour note, though there's still time to see the end of the comeback trail. The Knights just need to make sure the score stays right where it is. It is a 7-2 ball game right now as we start the top of the 7th. Tyler Korski, 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. His 0 for 2 coming on 2 strikeouts. He was 2 of the 8 strikeout victims that the Knights starter Michael Gamble had. Each pitcher since then has picked up just 1 K. Trevor Very did not pick up a K in his work. Comes off the end of the bat. Do it again. 4th pitcher used in this game for the Knights. All of the relievers have just gone 1 inning. Ball sent into the outfield. Left fielder wants it, and he will have it. Colin Miller with the out. Recorded. Perry Chetney, an RBI single and a run scored to go along with a walk and a strikeout. Perry Chetney has had a productive day in the batter's box. Also had a productive day behind the plate in game number 1. A couple of caught stealings issued to him. Can't get the strikeout as it's just a little low. Getting the words of encouragement from his teammates behind him, and he gets the strikeout. First collegiate strikeout for the pitcher. Congratulations to him. Anthony Falmonte, a moment he'll never forget. Can he make the lead, can he make the score stand right where it is? Oh my, that's coming in towards me, but Arrington is right there for the catch. Needed a little bit more gas on it. Juan Perez sent it for a ride, but it did not have the plane ticket it needed for the 8th run of the game. Instead, it will be a 7-2 game as we go into the bottom of the 7th. The Knights trying to see the other side of the comeback trail, or at least trying to tie this game up once again. It will be 7-8-9. due up for the Knights when we come back. At least as of right now, Colin Miller, Kamari Arrington, and Evan Cawthorn are due up here for the Knights. I say at least for right now because they may certainly at some point go to a pinch hitter, as this is it for the Knights. We've reached the bottom of the 7th, and since this is game 2 of a doubleheader, this could be the final inning of this game. This has been a productive bottom part of the lineup, though, so far in game number 2, as Miller sends it into the hole. Tough play, and he's safe at first. Be interesting to see how they score that, because I thought coming right off of the bat that was going to be a tough play for the third baseman having to make the spin, but it did seem like the ball beat the runner by maybe a half a step, but it took the first baseman off the bag. That could be a throwing error. Regardless, it's the start to the inning that the Knights needed, putting the rally caps on here in the 7th. Now, Kamari Arrington had a single and a run scored in his last at-bat. Chance to hit with a runner on first. Arrington sends it for a ride deep into right. It's hanging up there, and it's too far out in front of the first baseman and the right fielder, and it was headed over towards that area where you can't really go for a dive either with the gravel. Lucky break if you're a Knights fan, tough break if you're a Spartans fan. What color are you wearing? Where are you sitting? Clock is hit 5 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon. And up the middle, one, and that's all they'll get. Quick reflexes by the second baseman to catch that one. Thought for sure that was maybe going to find the hole. But nope, it found the other side of the second base bag. Right into the second baseman's glove. Evan Cawthorn, 2 singles and a stolen base, as well as an RBI in this game. If he could make it 3 for 3, it would certainly keep the comeback hopes alive here for the Knights. 7-2 game, 1 out. It's the number 9 hitter and then the top of the lineup if Cawthorn can avoid the double play. Now he's got to avoid the strikeout as it's 0-2. And nice frame job behind the plate. Couldn't get the call, though. 1-2. And he's running, and he'll take it without a throw. Colin Miller with the steal, and why focus on the runner at second when you're up the way you are? Just get the runner at the plate. Moves to 3-2, I believe. What a turnaround here for Cawthorn. It started 0-2. It's moved full, and he cannot avoid the strikeout. Big cut, better pitch. 5 strikeouts picked up by the relief pitcher, Brantley Griggs. Had 3 in the 6th, and now 1 in the 5th and 1 in the 7th. Wasker, Vincent Martinez. The last hope here for the Knights. And he was the first man to see Griggs. Got a good piece of a pitch, but just sent it right back to the shortstop on a moment that has really become the big turning point of the game. Taking third and getting it. Will he go home? He will. And he'll score without a throw. Colin Miller manufacturing a run. They're doing it the Ricky Henderson way. No one brought him in. He brought himself in. Now it's all Wasker Vincent Martinez. Wasker's 0 for 3, though he did reach first on a fielder's choice back in the 3rd. Trying to avoid the strikeout here. And he's avoided it for now. And the strikeout will close out the game. Back-to-back Ks to finish things in the 7th for Brantley Griggs, who comes in and shuts the door on this Knights offense. The final score in this one, 7-2, and the Spartans make it a clean sweep of the Knights in the home opener doubleheader on this Sunday afternoon. Aaron Thomas, I want to say once again, thank you for joining us on this Sunday. I hope you can join us again later on this season. But until next time, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and good afternoon, good evening, and good night.